Tsujinka has a message for you. Welcome back. I've just had word from Marinville. It seems he's managed to secure passage to Tuliyollal aboard a guild ship vessel. Why don't you wait in the main hall while I go and inform your travel companions? It should only take a moment. Ujinka gave us the good news. We've made ready to set sail at a moment's notice. The only one yet to arrive is Zarenville himself. And there he is, bro. You're all here. It took some persuasion, but the Gleaner's Guild ship has granted us places aboard a vessel bound for Tuliyollal. There'll be other passengers, researchers and artisans and the like, so we'll need to share deck space. That's fine, Ernville. I doubt anyone expected we'd have a ship all to ourselves. They're not casting off just yet, so if you have any lingering concerns, now is the time to voice them. I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what it is we'll be doing in Tuliyollal, yes? We have not forgotten. The nation of Tuliyollal is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the rite of succession and support your bid to become Dawn's servant. In addition to that, Alfinod and I have another objective. As part of its reconstruction, Garlemald seeks ways to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbors. By visiting Tuliyollal, we hope to learn more about how its myriad cultures interact with one another. How they find common ground, develop stronger ties, the sort of insights that might help our friends in Elzabard. But we'll pursue this goal in our own time. You can be assured that we'll give the contest all due attention. That's all I ask. Otherwise, you're welcome to do as you like. You wanted to find out about your grandfather, right, Ryle? Yes. As far as we could determine from the old missive I found, he had been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawn Servant. Yet oddly enough, we have no record of that investigation in our archives and nothing to explain the earring which accompanied the letter. Thus, for reasons both official and personal, I would like to get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm sure there'll be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the City of Gold. The Golden City is a children's bedtime story. I am part of the anticipation only because the Third Promise has commanded that I serve as guide. Still playing the part of a stoic servant, I see. What of you? Don't you dare tell me you changed your mind. Honestly, that's my option, yeah. That's what they tell me. Right then. If all are still committed to the journey, then I say we make ready to depart. Hype! Where Erenville? Oh, he's just outside. Eager as they are, the others have already left for the harbor. We're not in danger of missing the boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well. Let us go. Let us be away.
to explore the unknown.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax. Though Tuliyollal may seem but a short sail away on a map, the vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have killed countless vessels. Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Bufiswin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough. Disappointingly so.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off! It's time. I trust you have everything you need?
Hell yeah.
And so does our ship cast off from the docks. We sail west, as Captain Brown did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent of Tuliyollal.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Urqopacha.
That looks suspiciously like Columbus's route. Look at Alice barely able to peep over the rail. One day it'll grow.
So far. Aye, so far so good. But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next. I'll take my rest while I can then.
Let's mark on Anvil.
We left port what seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tuliyollal was far, but it's another thing to really know. Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliyollal and the right of succession. Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure you have questions of your own.
Sure thing. I do think I need to adjust the audio. The voices sound really, really low in comparison to the background music.
Did you look out across these same waters, grandfather?
Enchanté. Oh, this will be my first visit to Tral. Enchanté is the name. I was working at the same aesthetics in Ulda, you see, but my employment with them came to an end. That's why I visited Charlayan, in the hopes of starting over. While as attempting and failing to find a new job, I seized the chance to board this vessel when I overheard room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told the Dawn servant welcomes all regardless of origin, so Tuliyollal seemed like the perfect place to begin anew. Hopefully things will be better this time. Hopefully. I can feel my edge starting to dull on these long sea voyages. How about some light sparring later? Deep breaths. Deep breaths. He's nervous. I see you in Eorzea before. You great and famous hero. I've had enough of playing the simpleton. There was a time where we took great pains to maintain the deception, but with more of you Eorzens coming to trial, it's become impractical. Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warband had fallen, and so we head home to lick our wounds. My story? Well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the great Kettenram. You know, the first Eorzen to set foot in Tural, almost 80 years ago. The Mammolja's leader is said to have welcomed Kettenram with open arms and sent him home with a bounty of silverware as token of their friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back, potatoes, tomatoes, and corn, which spread across Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventure led to a culinary revolution. The tales say Kettenram returned to Tural several times after that, but his ship vanished during the last recorded voyage, and he was never heard from again. That even a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end is testimony to the ocean's peril. I'd heard Erenville was looking for passage to Tuliyollal, so I managed to squeeze his party aboard one of our chartered vessels. As fortune would have it, we had just scheduled an expedition to Tural. An adventurer, I presume? I'm a merchant myself, based in Ulda. Specialty imports and exports, Eorzea and Trali both. If this is your first crossing the salt, as they say, do remember that the social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those over yonder. Consider this, it is not uncommon for the various races to be referred to instead by the names of certain clans. For the Mikote, it's the Hetzarro. The Hrodgal are the Expral. Not because every member of a given clan is the same race mind, but because many individuals of said race are associated with that clan. A fair assumption in certain cases, but take care not to give offense. So, Urqopacha is Expral? I'm pretty sure I'm butchering that. Like, I know how Mayan reads, but not how it sounds. Well, I've actually heard it several times, I just cannot imitate very well. I'm told this vessel has been equipped with a barrier generator to protect it from storms. A reassuring thought, but nevertheless I pray there will be no need for it. We've heard of that before. Did you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who will be sat next on the Dawn servant's shiny chair. Oh shit. There are 4 claimants in the right to succession, your young Urqopacha being one of them, of course. But what a Mammolja bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not too many keen to risk their coin on the third promise. Did you learn anything of interest? A bit, yes. Oh, I hadn't heard about the clan names. We should have Urqopacha and Nerville teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here on deck. Let's all gather in the cabin.
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
How's your stomach? Any better?
Concern.
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick. I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Erenville, you were born in Tuliyollal, yes? Do many of you ever live there?
The Shatona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Shaktural.
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother...
Whoa!
Oh dear.
Come, we should lend what aid we can.
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since. The heaving waves tossed our ship about like a toy, sending sailors tumbling.
Oh, oh!
The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself. Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses, and thereby shield us from the lightning. What an extraordinary life she must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease. Urqopacha, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress. By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural. In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
smokes. That is kind of incredible.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air? Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground. Ugh. Can't be much farther now, can it?
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliyollal's coasts. Come.
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway. If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down. Oh, easy, stomach. Easy.
It's not a secret,
We're
this
the
one.
last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
I'll say.
There, look, my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tural.
Crowd just being as comforting as you can. Crowd will never stop being Crowd.
Gods, I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tuliyollal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out or...
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next Dawn servant.
That Scamaral's armor is kinda kick-ass.
We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tuliyollal?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
Well, well. You really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first. I bid you welcome to Tuliyollal.
Oh, lots of people. Okay, some people are wearing the glam. The tourist glam. Okay. I think I might have to find where the disappear player characters setting is, but later on. So far we're good. According to Triumville, the Venu I thought I saw belonged to a clan known as the Hanu Hanu. Since they share more than a physical resemblance. What an amazing city! As lively as Ul'dah and even more colorful. It feels so nice to feel that familiar breeze again. I wasn't sure my stomach would make it. Understandably. Let's ask Kyle what her opinion is. I wonder what kind of troubles those soldiers were expecting. Well, despite the storm's efforts to the contrary, here we are, safe and sound. Oh right, we are leveling up again. Holy shit, it's really been 2 years. You have arrived in Tuliyollal. You can return to the city at any time by speaking with a swarthy sailor in Scholar's Harbor in El Shalaran, or, you know, you can just not be cheap and teleport. While being on solid ground has improved Urqopacha's mood, her stomach appears to be lagging behind. Right then, first things first. Urk? I still a bit queasy, no more boats for a while. I realize we just arrived, but we should get you familiar with the city before the rite of succession begins. No arguments here. I should very much like to explore. Then I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in a condition to do so? Aha! We were wondering who these strange folk were. So the third promise has found her some new followers then. Followers? Urqopacha? Are you unwell? No, not at all. Couldn't be better. The third promise does not get seasick, no sir. As for my handpicked entourage here, I've recruited them to help me win the right of succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. That sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in the company of the third promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were. Your siblings have a tendency to command a respectful distance. But you're just so easy to approach. And I enjoy it so much when you do. Please, don't ever worry that you're a bother to me. You're very kind. Good day to you, third promise. Oh my god, I dig those body pieces so much. They did have a point. Urqopacha is technically royalty here. Like it or not, the person of her station surrounded by this many outsiders is bound to draw a crowd. Wait, what do you mean technically? I suggest we move in 2 groups so as to attract less attention. Just technically ignoring me then. Okay, you and Kryl come with me. I'll take the twins in. We'll get in touch once we have a good look around. The voyage was hard on all of us, so take it slow and recuperate. We have enough time for that. Enjoy your wanderings. Perhaps we should wait a bit, at least until Urqopacha's nausea subsides. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. Please. I'm fine now, really. Can't stand around all day feeling sorry for myself, what with the contest looming and all. Now then, seeing as we're already here, I might as well tell you about the harbor. Arendelle already mentioned the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored at the docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay, mostly small fishing boats or barges ferrying cargo up and down the rivers from inland settlements. Much of the incoming traffic is from Tural, the southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off to the merchant stalls in the neighboring markets. Speaking of which, Bayside Bevy should be our next stop. Alright. Just gonna explore a little bit. Excuse me. And I usually do it with the map on, but you know what? This time I want to explore. I want to allow myself to be a little bit blinder. Those two probably want privacy. This is Bevy, Tuliyollal's largest marketplace. Being right on the harbor, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they most likely have. Oh, right, I should mention that here in Tuliyollal we buy things with pel, a currency that the Pelu Pelu created. But don't worry, more and more trade is coming in from Yorse, so shops are happy to accept your gil. There's also Wachumeki, another market to the east of here, but that can wait for another time. I have other places I want to show you first. Next, we'll head back a bit, then northwards up the stairs to a certain plaza. Ha! I can't wait to see the look on your faces. Northwise. Probably up this way? Oh man, I wish I could go up those. Please, Square Enix, let me go up ladders. You already did once. Welcome to Tuliyollal. You are the adventurer welcome at Recruiter Turret, yes? If there's anything you wish to know, I am at your service. Is it not obvious at a glance? Then again, perhaps an Ursan would be unfamiliar with Mamulja culture. I am of the Vunewa tribe, and like most of my kin, I specialize in martyrs of the arcane. As soon as I came of age, I left my hometown of Mamuk and journeyed all across Tural to hone my skills. It gave me some much needed perspective on the world around me. So I considered traveling to Eurasia next, but I quite took a liking to Tuliyollal, so I plan to remain to make use of my magics here. Tuliyollal is the beating heart of Tural that the Dawn Servant would call home. It got its start about 80 years ago when the newly crowned Dawn Servant decided to build a town centered on the Yokhui temple ruins. By implementing a medley of techniques from all different Turali cultures, the Tuliyollal style of architecture was born. Beautiful, isn't it? By the way, have you heard that Gulul Yaja is stepping down as a Dawn Servant? I suppose he just wants to live out his final years in peace. In any case, I hope you're excited for the ascension ceremony. It ought to be quite the spectacle. What do you think of that, huh? Goodness me, you have Itharids in Tuliyollal? I think I told you before, but my brother Kuana spent 3 years studying Charlayan. He fell in love with the nation and its ways, and brought back to us the knowledge of Aetherite construction. Papa warmed to the idea at once, had one built immediately. Did you do the tuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again and then up the slope to the side. Right at the top is the gate which leads to Shak Tural. Let's make a stop at Bright Plume Post on the way, though. That's the headquarters for the Lance Guard. Hmm. I know we're supposed to go down, but I would like to get as high as possible. I can go up. Okay. Dead end. Up ramp over there. Am I supposed to go in that direction? Yeah, it seems so. Trudging up and down all these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand now where Urqopacha gets her endless endurance. We have a lot of narrow winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountain. As you can see though, the builders make sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. I suppose if they're hunting people, that's important. Copperstone. Holy smokes, it just keeps going. Wait. Where's my axolotl? I just noticed this. This is an outrage. There we go. And it just keeps going. Oh my god. Oh. It's kind of adorable. Must be some sort of training grounds? Or at the very least a playground. These folks look a little bit younger. Yeah, it could be a sort of playground. Oh man. Right now it's foggy, so can't see as far as I would like to, but holy smokes. Oh my god, this is gorgeous. Look at that. Sorry, Krell and Urqopacha, you're gonna have to bear with me for a moment. Just look at that. And my mini axolotl is there like, yeah, I am the king of all of this. They just mind hacking blown. That's amazing. Alright. Oh, I headed up this path? Yeah, that seems like it. Ekwawia? Ekwawia. Interesting. Oh my god, these lamps. Goes to this way, I think? Oh man, I haven't attuned to the mini turrets. Don't think I've seen many. Well, I didn't have my map up, so I'll do it later. Let's just do this one. Here we are, Bright Plume Post. The soldier stationed here are responsible for defending Tuliyollal and preserving the peace. The Lance Guard are led by our nation's strongest warrior, and so naturally Papa has commanded them from since the beginning. At least until 3 years ago, when Soralja took over as commander. The title is no empty honor. It means the first promise is considered equal to the Dawn servant in martial strength. Meanwhile, I haven't even managed to... Well, I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplishment later. Alfino and Alice should be around to hear you too. Come on. It's time I show you the Skygate. It's right at the northern end of Talonmarch. Massive, isn't it? And on the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Both were constructed by a race of giants, the Yokhui. Strictly speaking, Tural is actually two separate continents, Yoktural, southern lands of the mother, and Shaktural, the northern lands of the father, which lie beyond the bridge. Legends say it used to be one great landmass. But long, long ago, the two gods fought a titanic battle, and when one threw the other to the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. That sounds familiar. A familiar sounding tale. I am put in mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiark. But getting back to Shaktural, those lands are also part of the Tuliyollal nation, right? That's right. Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of two continents into one single nation. The many clans of Tural had been at war for generations. It was only when Papa traveled the lands and put a stop to their myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. And that's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. But I see you're more interested in what's behind the gate than hearing about my aspirations. Crossing the bridge to Shaktural requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the right of succession is over. I promise to get you one when I'm done, servant, but until then, you'll just have to wait. Then I'll make sure you win. You really mean that? Woe to anyone who stands between you and adventure. Tired from all this walking? Take a moment to rest and we'll continue the tour. We must have covered half the city by now. Tuliyollal is unlike any other place I visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. Well, considering we just, like, whenever we've taken Kryla anywhere, she basically lives on the edge of actual war or danger, I'm pleased she's not suffering here. I always feel bad for her. Urqopacha is ready to commence the second half of your Tuliyollal tour. We'll head west next, towards the Arch of the Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. You have dirigibles? Tuliyollal certainly doesn't want for methods of travel. We get by. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on. The Arch of the Dawn is on the other side of the city, so speak up if you want to see something that interests you as we walk. Alright. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm just reading Discord right now, and I had heard that the Circus Tower was bugged, but apparently any ice-related mechanic isn't working. And Dragon's Enterprise, Shinryu, and the room Regina Savage, that is a little bit of an issue. I'm also wondering what exactly they changed that bugged those specific duties. That's so insane, man. I'm still struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. You have clearly never actually been to Latin America, Kryl. This was originally the site of a Urqopacha temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Tural to appease the god who slumbers in the great ocean trench. After the Urqopacha withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries. When Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, sitting practically in the center of Tural. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tuliyollal. We climb this set of stairs here all the way up. I'm hoping they'll let us set up shop here. I don't know if they're they probably didn't announce anything to that effect, especially because they would probably do Charlayan first, if Charlayan would accept outsiders. But I would love to have a house here. The sheer scale of this place is incredible. I wonder what the carving at the top represents. That looks like a two-headed eagle? A snake? Like Quetzalcoatl? Papa's palace is called Volok Shunsa, which roughly translates to invisible resilience. Probably want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now. In what direction? This way? Okay. The night theme of this city is a bop, man. This is massive. What the actual heck? Hot springs? Or maybe not. What is she doing? And she's washing her vegetables. So probably just fresh water. I better not continue stepping on it. Oh yeah, they have like a little orchard over here. That would make sense. That's so cute! Bro, please tell me now I can draw underground. Well, they will probably not let us players do that. The city would be covered in you know what. So this is the Resplendent Quarter. What manner of people live here? Oh, we have residents from all of Yogg-Tural clans. Mamulja, Xpral, Pelupelu, Moblin, Hanuhanu. We also have Tonawauta, Petzarro, and Shetona who moved south from their ancestral lands in Shak-Tural. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Tural. A true representation of Tuliyollal's diverse character. The adornments in each building contribute to the eclectic cultural aesthetic. It's also beautiful. I will let you think so. Come, we continue down the stairs. I'm just gonna keep going a little bit. I want to see. Although it's kind of hard to see with this little light. Actually, maybe I should come back when there's daylight. You haven't been by this gate before, yes? I've never seen such an enormous drum. Why would one even use to beat such an instrument? That big drum there is called the Dawn Herald. They play it for formal occasions, like when honoring the Landsguard returned from a dangerous duty. I tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin. Earned me a proper scolding, let me tell you. I think that was the time Papa held me upside down by the ankle. It must be pretty huge to hold Urqopacha by the ankle. Alpacas! Oh my god, like, I desperately want to display it. It's so fluffy, Gif! Look at that. They're so cute. I think I should probably be able to have my own. I'm gonna guess the guy is just practicing. Because I can hear a damn thing. How close can I go to it? Okay, now I hear it. Oh my god, this view of the bay, holy hell. That is pretty incredible. That is a pretty damn big drum. Okay, which way am I going? Up there? Ow. This road leads through to Kusamauka, but for safety's sake we're not letting anyone travel that way at the moment. Not until we ascertain the damage done by that monster of a storm. Ah, this sim is so good. Like, I'm struggling not to, like... Oh, keep the beat myself. Because I need to do this. Okay, there we go. And here are the dirigibles. Not bad, huh? I hear other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons in Tuliyollal. We have them for the exact same reason as the Aetherites. Koana brought back the plans from Charlayan, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since that time, we've added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. But that's enough about dirigibles. The Arch of Dawn awaits. Also, now we can prowl across? Those are pretty big. Like, let us one enter this place. Let me just attune real quick, and we'll return. Yo, where do I get this carpet for my home? Really? I definitely am, Shay. It is... It is hard not to chant to. This is it, the Arch of Dawn. When the Giants were still here, it was known as the Urqopacha Landgate, but when Papa founded Tuliyollal, everyone began using its present name in honor of his great achievement. Through this gate is Kozamauka, the wetland south of the city. Depending on what the right of succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kozamauka. The name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, what were those fluffy animals we passed earlier? Oh, those are alpacas. Fearsome four-legged fiends. I disagree with that, Uglamat. They're kind of adorable. Fearsome? They seem quite pleasant to me. Well, maybe she hates them because they spit at you. You'll learn soon enough, Kyle. You'll learn soon enough. But forget the alpacas. I have something far more important to show you. Come along. Oh. Came in this way. This is pretty goddamn huge. If you wish to learn the history of Tuliyollal, then look no further. Those 10 pillars, you mean? This spot captured Kryle's attention. Kryle regards the stone pillars curiously. What is special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance they may look like ordinary stone decorations, but if you take a really good look, you'll see something much more interesting. Okay, let's do this. Pictures? Wait, no, these are glyphs. They seem to tell a series of stories, many of them featuring a two-headed Mamuja. Oh, then this must be... That's right. It follows the exploits of my father, Gulu Jaja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tuliyollal saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. There is no better way to learn how Tuliyollal came to be. Study them as long as you'd like. Camera? I guess not. Brotherhood reads pots and repast. Okay, let's start left to right. This pillar tells the lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts the scene where Papa granted an audience to the foreign explorer, Cat something. I cannot remember the name. Captain Ram, you mean? Ah, that's the one. Captain Ram's arrival in Tural is what prompted Papa to embark in his own journey. It's said the two grew to be close friends, brothers in spirit if not in blood, but no one knows what became of the explorer in later years. Captain Ram's disappearance is a mystery in Yorsa as well. The records say he traveled between our lands and yours for a while, but then it's assumed he was lost at sea. Here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is the story of when Papa visited the Hanu Hanu in their village in Kozamauka. Ah, the people of Ino almost mistook for Vanu Vanu, if not for the colorful plumage. He spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are a bright and cheerful sort. They hold this one festival every year, very famous and a lot of fun. Let's see. This one is a lay of pots which depicts the moblins of Kozamauka. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silverware they sell is best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Clearly, the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Turali counterparts. This one recounts the lay of repast. As you can probably tell, the figure depicted here is of the Expral, like me. For decades, the Expral and the Mamul were at war for control of the forest of Yaktel. The actions Papa took to end that conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of Tuliyollal. There is a clan of Hrothgar in Bosnia known as the Hell Lions. In the society, women rule as queens, and the men serve as devoted subjects. Yet here in Tural, Ishvaral men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically culture can vary with location. If you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second. The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Pelupelu, whose homeland is in Urqopacha. Having created our currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the merchant clan. They oversee Tuliyollal's markets, and their traveling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Tural. Don't let their size fool you. They may be mistaken as children, but beneath those big masks they are clever and calculating traders. Oh, this one is my favorite, The Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle with the legendary Tural Vidral, Valigarmanda. I should explain. A Tural Vidral is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened to preternatural power. So, what was the name of the four lords? Auspices. So an auspice. Tataru described the Far Eastern auspices in a similar fashion. I could have just waited for Crowd to tell me that. Could this be the same phenomenon? Valigarmanda itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned from the destruction and terror it visited upon Tural every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years or so ago, its ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Vidral and sealed it away in the Urqopacha mountains. Despite its reputation, however, Valigarmanda is also a symbol of power. That's why you'll see its likeness in Tuliyollal's national emblem, and adorning the banners at the palace. It just struck me that the double-headed snake that I thought was on top of the palace's gates is very likely Wukalamet's father. Is that blank? Papa says he left a blank pillar for the next chapter in Tuliyollal history, whatever that may be. Ah, the layout proof. That big fellow is of the Yokhui, the largest in Tural's peoples. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Yoktural. Having brought the southern reaches to heel, they then turned northwards, setting their sights on Shaktural. You'll recall that massive bridge they built beyond the Skygate. Sometime after launching their northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned the lands they'd conquered and withdrew into the mountains of Urqopacha. I've never even seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city. This was a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on a mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Turali history? That's a very good question. I don't think I skipped any of them, but very interesting. Well, there you have it. I trust that gave you a better understanding of our nation. If you want to review anything, just let me know. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there, seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while. But now I think I'm ready to eat again. So let's go and have ourselves a bite of a local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. I like the sound of that. Oh, I'm alone again. Probably there? Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's attune to that one. Unless I already did, I didn't think I did. Have you ever had tacos? Of course! They're a Tuliyollal classic. You bake a crunchy shell made from corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here at Shpalav best. And I need one right in front of me right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order with all Vrukkavu. I'm not gonna lie, that this whole explanation as a Mexican feels kind of weird. Oh. Hmm. Aunties. Oh, I hope that we get to try them at some point. Hmm. Wow. I'm gonna say that looks fairly faithful. Gasp. Drinks. Okay, let's get started.
Urqopacha! My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Just one?
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Did you hear the Silver Scares are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
Aye. And now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
That is a very good point. Minor parenthesis here, I am very much seeing how much more expressive Tall's face is.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils.
Oh! No!
Oh.
Oh boy.
If it isn't the third promise.
Oh. No.
I don't know these ones. New salt.
Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Of course, that's it. Urqopacha is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us! Such an honor!
Glory on your name, brother.
And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneevling house cat, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
All peoples are equal in Tuliyollal. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Ha! Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense.
Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Listen to me, you.
A two-headed mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo, the Bunewa, and the Dopro. Every once in a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubigo and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Enjoying your tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Urqopacha know. Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
Oh,
So it goes.
I feel for Urqopacha. All I want to do is enjoy my tacos. Urqopacha's lovingly made tacos went to waste and all that brutish Bakul Jaja's fault. I was looking forward to trying some authentic Tuliyollal cuisine, but you should hurry and join Alfino and the others at the palace. Alright, it's a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up from the Resplendent Quarter or even the eastern side of Talamarch if you prefer. Now that you have an idea how the city is laid out, I'll let you find your own way to Volok Shunsa. Ah, my poor empty belly. There are so many narrow winding streets, but even if you get lost, all you have to do is keep heading up and you'll arrive at the palace eventually. The food is amazing. A passing Mamulja let us try a fruit called chirimoya and it was just sublime. They are really good. We saw a two-headed Mamulja on our way here, another claimant to right succession according to Ernville. Ernville here? There he is. Do you have a better feel for the city now? Yeah. I am going to do Oh man. You made it. Good, then we're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat a whole roasted colibri, but the contest won't wait for us forever. Okay, I need to do two things. I need to change some chat settings. Oh my god, that's such a difference. Oh, I could ask Namika to cook me something afterwards. We are like 2 hours in and we're already starting with several cutscenes to play in sequence. Okay, here we go. I've acquainted the twins with the city as best as I could in a short time. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably something would catch their eye, spurring them to run down an alley to investigate. It was like herding a pair on unruly curls. Well, of Alice I'm not surprised. Of you, Alfino? Heh, I understand all too well. Starlion had the same effect on me. Right then, now it's time we saw the insides of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home and to meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what we might be in for. Well, let's find out.
When did he get here?
What's the point? Why is he here?
Oh, you know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunperch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
I may get along with his father.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
That will do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter. Know that you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that woman there.
I see you, warrior.
We had no idea you meant to visit Tuliyollal.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
You witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
I'm not sure I understand.
Recovered hate.
old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Lamati. I want to hear of your adventures.
Lamachi.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
Oh. When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solonesh.
It's Erenville now, Dawn Servant. I took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then.
Interesting. Erenville... Why do I feel like Erenville has more to his story than he lets on? He almost seems ashamed of his story.
I assume our Lamatis recruited allies. Ha! Old-tempered still. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their metal, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once. Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends.
I'm gonna guess these are all the claimants.
The claimants are assembled. The first promise, Zorolja. The second promise, Ona. The third promise, Uklamat. And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja. You four will compete in the right of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant. I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away, and it is time I yield my position. But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyollal is young, and so I look to the always for inspiration. The right of succession, the means by which the autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliyollal I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have two heads, nor be a Mamulja at all. So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
Now you have us to compete against. Oh, though it seems the one-head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Ah.
Our brother was in Shock Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral. Anyone with sense would know he was too busy for games.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself. To triumph in the right of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Yogg-Tural and find the City of Gold.
If I may, Father.
Speak, Kona.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
I offer us proof, my unbroken word, for I have seen it with my own 4 eyes.
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliyollal. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions, and we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same, but in order to achieve victory proper, you need to break the seal I put in place. Bring them.
The Tuliyollal saga.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples, step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge. You think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both. But I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja just successor and be done with it.
The rite of cessation begins now. I'll be watching your progress with great interest. And Clemens, remember to collect your tablets before you leave. You are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
I am Cryle Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my orders some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession.
Which makes sense. We'll find out, Cryle.
But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your Golden City. Thank you for hearing my petition.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galuf.
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this?
Why wouldn't I?
Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm.
Would I actually be able to respond with my own words? I would say that her enthusiasm is not only infections. I kind of share her thirst for gold.
Or perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil.
And it wouldn't be the first time.
If you are second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
So you are committed to your path?
As always.
I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Here they come! It's Urqopacha! Such a fearsome name. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliyollal's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry. Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Serelja. Take heart, tiller of the soil. The resilient son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
Soralja, the first promise and commander of the Landsguard. Soralja, the palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Soralja is indeed the natural child of Gulul Jaja.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion. Common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children, yet Soralja was born all the same, with the head of Resolve's features and the head of Reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
That is very interesting.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman, a gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire. Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists. This puts him in direct opposition to Urqopacha, who advocates for the preservation of peace. You may recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Soralja, the warmonger.
Oh. I thought it was the other Mamulja.
Kryl, are you alright?
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Zoralja's ambitions.
Oh no.
Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
Second promise, you must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier. The elders, they complain and complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new. You have our wholehearted support. With your ingenuity and knowledge, you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the rite of succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant. If you will excuse me.
Plain spoken, as always. That's Arcona. Practical to a fault.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Charlian's own studium.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliyollal with every bright notion he learned of in Charlian. He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Urqopacha actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser Glavans.
Oh.
Oh, come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant.
You are very, very different, man.
That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliyollal. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders, and then you'll see who deserves your deity. Well said, brother.
The Mamulja have finally found peace in Tuliyollal. A pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
The chosen of Mamuk, Urqopacha, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
Do we want to know?
His policies and so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself. But one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, third promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Tuliyollal way.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Until Tuliyollal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Urqopacha's most ardent supporters.
Huh.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I place our precious third promise into your care.
Did you know Urqopacha was taking part in the rite of succession?
Of the Dawn's promise? I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
It's fine. More than anyone, I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Better? Urqopacha. I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling. Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
Thank you, Namika. Well, we ought to be on our way.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
So Kona, the second promise is intent on developing his country by means of Charlotte innovation. Given his background, I suppose he should come as no surprise. The two-headed claimant, Bakul Jaja, treats everyone around him as lesser beings. No doubt he tried to elevate the Mamulja above other races should he become Dawn's servant, not unlike the Garlean Empire afforded special status to pure-blood Garleans. I know not what drives Tuliyollal, but it gulls him like an inferno. As we just witnessed, Urqopacha has no great army of supporters. Not yet, at least. Well, so much for the brief reunion I had in mind. Papa is not one to waste time when he decides to act. I am used to it by now, of course, but others are often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we're going to find the City of Gold. All we have to work with are the 7 tablets and their connection to the Tuliyollal saga. Might I suggest first comparing the tablets against the pillars? We could check for any discrepancies between them. Good idea. Let's go and take a look. Checking Discord real quick for updates. Alright, where are we headed next? The pillars. To the pillars it is! And let us do the long-honored adventure tradition of seeing we can walk on people's feelings. Confirmed. For the most part, anyway. What's the closest path? Parkour! Missed it. This thing is so colorful, man. I love it. Also, I'm very, like, I love how the new lighting looks on my gear, but I'm so tempted to go back to my old savage glam, so to speak. To, like, match up with Urqopacha and stuff. At a glance, they seem much the same. Variation of intricately carved tablets for every claimant must have taken considerable effort and forethought. We should consider them weighty reminders that the contest is no lighthearted matter. That makes everyone. Urqopacha, the tablets if you would. Of course. Everyone has a tablet? Then let's compare them to their respective pillars. Keep an eye out even for the smallest differences. Wonder about the golden protrusion. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference being that the tablets have holes where the keystones are to be fitted. So now that we've established that the scenes are the same, where do we go from there? The Dawn servant said that we were to retrace the path he walked in uniting Tuliyoll's peoples, and that we would encounter 7 electors along the way. Then we have the answer here in front of us. Papa's path is all laid out in the Tuliyollal saga. The events the glyphs portray, do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we could go there and search for an elector. That would confirm we are on the right track. Let me think. The Lay of Reeds was in the nearby Hanu settlement. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season and the whole village was alive with good cheer. There's also the Lay of Gold. That one involved the Pelu village, which is about the same distance from here. Before going anywhere, we should ask around about the road ahead. I heard a lot of talk as we toured the city about that storm we passed through at sea. Apparently it ravaged Urqopacha several days ago. Since our roads are not as well paved as yours, yes, they are more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. If we want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail, I suggest we spend a few moments making inquiries. It's information we need. Just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. It would be prudent to ensure we prepare for the journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged. Oh, such lovely little cottages, and they're in the water. Oh, they are actually in the water. Urqopacha said she would bring the information to us. I wonder what she meant by that. What a comfort to have our lodging sorted in advance. Welcome to the Forward Cabins. That's right, the reservation is under Urqopacha's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companions to you. Certainly, sir. I'll go and track down the third promise. Once you finish organizing your gear, you can meet us outside Shbalyavtia, which I believe was the name of the restaurant? Yes. Alright, glam change. Greetings, visitors to Tuliyollal, and welcome to the Four Dark Cabins. Whenever you're ready, I'll show you to your rooms. I wonder how much of this was interesting. How much of this was actually looking for information and how much of it was Urqopacha just wanting tacos. People really took the vacation tone. Seriously. Trust you to be the keenest to head out, okay? Where are Anvil and Urqopacha, I wonder? Oh good, you're all here. And who might your companions be? Seeing as we needed information, I thought who better to get it from the than the locals. These two hail from the villages we're thinking to visit. I give you credit for taking initiative at least. What do you mean at least? I am honored that the third promise would seek my advice. I too am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. Thank you both for your help. Before we begin, there will doubtless be other occasions when we need to act independently, so I brought these for the two of you. Angels, no likelihood. What's this? It's called a link pearl, a gemstone harvested from a special shell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances. Is that so? What a handy thing to have. It'll be very useful on our travels. Speaking of which, I should get back to introducing my two new friends here. The Tuliyollal saga features a number of Turals clans. Two of those, the Hanu Hanu and the Pelu Pelu, have settlements relatively close to the city, so I brought a representative of each. As I mentioned before, the Hanu are cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearance in the Lay of Reeds, and their home village, Okhanu, is located in Kozamauk. The other smaller fellow is one of the Pelu, a clan of business-minded folk from Urqopacha. They appear in the Lay of Gold and craft all kinds of marvelous goods in Wachumpelo, their village. Now, as for deciding which village to visit first, why don't you put the adventurers in 6 of yours to work for us, Talke? Pick our destination. I think I would go with the Pelu Pelu first. The quest to Kozamaoka will become available once you have completed the quest series beginning with the approachable Pelu. To Urqopacha. I'm really curious about Urqopacha, that's why I picked him. What is it you'd like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Urqopacha, we depart from the Arch of Dawn, then take the road west at the first fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way? That is indeed the way to Urqopacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution available. Come with me. Why do I suspect Willamette is not going to like this? We'll be back to talk to you in good time, friend Hanu. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink your fill at Shpalaitie. It's all been arranged. By the way, I assume this comes off as pretty obvious if you're a person that is into watching streams, but if I ever stop like walking at a weird place or whatever, it is very likely I'm just looking at my other screen. Talking to Apello before we departed was a wise decision. I, for one, would rather not brave a treacherous slippery trail on foot. The beasts are sure-footed, that's for certain. The Pelopelu, all being small, is confusing enough, but those masks make it almost impossible to tell men from women, let alone guess at their age. Oh my, are these fluffy babies our mount? Why do I feel like Ukalamat is about to protest loudly? Why did it have to be alpacas? May I introduce to you our most dependable companion, the alpaca. These animals can traverse Urqopacha's steep mountain trails as if they weren't gentle fields, and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in yours yet? Alpacas are native to Yoctural. Eorsia has the chocobos and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place which ill suits its qualities and where it's not needed anyway? But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you're fond of alpacas. When I was small and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat at me and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. I see. What do they like to ride? Alpacas bred at mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. We're really doing this then. So, was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful, even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good, I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? Bro, they're business people. Yes, I should have expected as much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. The Pelu value the act of spreading joy to trade, and you should know. They take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Huh. Here you go. A fair price for your fair advice. Yes, I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. I better not get spit on again. Report that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. I'm still not happy about this, but if we need to ride alpacas to reach Urqopacha, then that's what we'll do. We'll be fine. Don't you worry.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urqopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
So this is Urqopacha. I've never actually been here before.
The air is so crisp and clear.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som-Al.
That is Urqopacha, the tallest mountain in Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Urqopacha, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places. But I should introduce myself. I am Bolnok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Urqopacha.
Oh, truly, I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
Mm-hmm.
It's an Urqopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end.
I mean, you got some good mezcal and discounted alpaca wool. I feel like you got a pretty sweet deal there.
Ah, but listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say. Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu merchants.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliyollal. Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
I have my doubts.
Watchun Pello is down the path. Off the main road. Don't get lost.
It's right there.
Caballuquec? Oh, why would you kill that alpaca? So I guess it's more along the lines of a... Wow, they actually do spit. Palace crowds were more supportive of her brothers, but Wuglamat's peaceful politics to have their quiet adherents, I see. I feel the change in altitude most keenly. Perhaps not to the same degree as the Sea of Clouds, but the air is decidedly thinner here. I was hoping none of them get altitude sickness. That kind of sucks. I could see more buildings down the path Bull Knock was talking about. I wonder what's over that way. This is it, Watchun Pello, home of the Pelu Pelu. Wuglamat should have arrived before us. There she is. That's not good. You've come all this way for the right to succession? Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn servant. Please, the outcome is far from decided, but it is a possibility. How fortunate, then, that I deal in cloaks woven from specially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. And a nation's ruler should dress her best for her adoring people, yes? Finery for our finest lady, that's right. Come, third promise, my well-stocked shelves are just for about a few steps away. Finest lady? I like the sound of that. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. What did we just talk about? Ervil, when did you? A Shtona from far up Shaktural. Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survive them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. No, thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the third promise. Perhaps another time. Of course, of course. My shop door is always open. We're saying something about not being easily charmed. It was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness to trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Wuglamat fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let us all take Erenville's words of caution to heart. I swear I let her out of my sight for one moment. All these houses and buildings made to Pelu Pelu size. Mine too, come to think of it. Would seem the Pelu Pelu are also partial to coffee. Heck yeah. Wuglamat is lucky to have Erenville. Everyone, royalty especially, needs a friend unafraid to chide them when the need arises. Urqopacha is ready to search out the Dawn Servant Selector. Not my finest moment, I'll admit, but now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy then. While Alice and I will talk with the merchants, Urqopacha, you and Erenville might try approaching travelers and passers-by. And me? Talke, pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay it to the third promise. Is that a Vista spy? How do I reach it? Not this way, it seems. So many agave here. So, like to... Oh man. Physics! Oh, not for all of the objects, but physics nonetheless. Nestled in between the mountains, the dwellings of this village are noticeably scaled down to accommodate the smaller size of its inhabitants. It is here that the peddler clan of the Pelo Pelo manufacture their trading goods such as coffee and mezcal, as well as maintain a ranch for the breeding and training of alpacas. You know, it's kind of funny. I've never felt tall anywhere, but I kinda do here. The Dawn Servant Selector? Oh, I thought that you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it. Me, I don't much care who sits the throne as long as they keep Dural peaceful. People tend not to be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speak of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. Oh right, yes, you were asking about that electro business. Being but fairly returned from my trading route, I've heard there's a contest afoot but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobly, would probably tell you more about it. Tobly, let's find Tobly. Okay, I can go in here. What is this? Balloon? You're wondering how we direct our alpaca wagons with the reins? Well, a trained alpaca can be commanded with tongue clicks and whistles. 2 sharp clicks means hold up, while blowing hard to pursed lips means off you go. You should try it. Electors? Oh yes, I've heard all about the right of succession. You're looking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Soralja. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to new resources and more customers, in the thousands column potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the receding sun. Would you care to purchase something? Very well. You said you wanted to know about the lector. I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Tuliyollal or his policies. Kind of a jerk mood, man. 1 second. Excuse me, I just needed a hydration break. Hello there, I'm Mablu. Did you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You take a moment to see our price alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you, and that stuff stinks. It happened to a visiting buyer not so long ago. Tubbly, that's a head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tubbly noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. Okay, let's find this Tubbly person. This has very old RPG village vibes. I like it a lot. Tubbly. Where Tubbly? Stubbly. You really have to watch yourself around the silver trunk peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets. Then there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tubbly is the man to talk to about the contest. Now, if only they share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head rancher. Well, the Packer Ranch is not far from here. I say we pay it a visit from before the others return. That's a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear determine it. No, not to say I'm scared, of course. Excuse me, is one of these workers Stubbly? Stubbly? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tubbly often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade. Those who among us could So who among us could, am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. Ah, so it's like a game. Easy enough. All I have to do is offer Tobley a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tobley. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Great. We can meet back here to share our impressions. Alright, so, favorite pungent subject. Well, obviously I'm not Tobley. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Tobley is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. You think I might be Tobley? Well, maybe I am. All I will say is that in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I have. Probably not. Am I Tobley? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the Third Promise and her entourage. Sharp instinct. Shall we commence the rite of succession then? Nope. Ah, a visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spite you if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. Not a single one of them mentioned anything pungent. Although maybe he mentioned salt? I am not sure at all. Is salt pungent? I don't think so. See, we're both done with our interrogations. So, who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. I'm gonna go with the diligent range hand. The other two just don't seem it. Ah, the workers are intent on stable chores. I had my own that one too. Time to rip the mask off our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. We know it's you, Tobley, and to prove it I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. An offer I gladly accept. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Tobley, head ledger of Wachumpelo and head rancher of the family ranch. I am also one of Gulu Jaja's chosen electors. Okay, we got it. Aha! In a place featured in the Tuliyollal saga, just as we thought. I was right to trust in your instincts, and I wager this won't be the last time. She found you out fair and square, Tobley. And I'm glad she did. It would have been a pity if had her bid ended here.
Deducing the Dunservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all.
Oh boy.
Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobley, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobley. That's part of the test.
You're doubly.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered a number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example!
Oh boy.
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said. Ah! The little monster spat on me! Ah, oh, that stinks. I can't.
That is.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley breed like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching.
Okay.
The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the rite, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
Interesting.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas.
I can't help you here.
But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Are you all right, Urqopacha? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it off. But would you mind taking a sniff for me just to make sure the stench has ruined my sense of smell? Hey, I saw that look. Judging by the volume of Urqopacha's scream, alpaca speculation must have a nasty odor indeed. I'm content to remain ignorant of the smell. Thorough jab puts me in mind of Garlemal's own exalted son. Of the two, though, Senna's one was undeniably more arrogant. As Urqopacha helped demonstrate, the Valley Alpaca are wary people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? With the proper saddle. We infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that suits the speeding beast. Wonderful. Give me one of those then. Have you perhaps forgotten we are a kind of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, you will need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel in the thousands column. Yeah. You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Converting to yield, that comes to around 1,000,000 or so. Mayhappy we all pitch in? No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money. Somehow. In that case... that basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. That's a nice gesture, but you think I can turn 100 pel into 1,000,000? That's 10,000 times more. We need 10,000 pel, not 1,000,000. So we're looking at 100 times more. Oh, right. I panicked and got it confused with Offino's Million Gil. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost starting to buy a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I can... hate it when you're right. Well, let me help you with your deal making. Oh, hello again, Mablu. I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I eat them now, yes? I guided the claimants towards the first step of the feat like you asked them. As long as Urqopacha goes alone to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whomever she likes. Hooray! Let's see about getting you that saddle then, third promise. I don't know why you made that offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mabel. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It'd be maybe easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Mabel gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. Really? Also, okay, I think you should go with Urqopacha. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over and surely have sage advice to share. In that case, you should hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or sold in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I do such a thing. But I'll leave the wool with Tokyo anyway. Better to keep my hands free. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wood to Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, but he'll give us an idea of how much he'd accept for his wares. Oh, there he is. I think we saw him earlier. Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle, is it? And how will you be paying for it? With this basket of fine alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my fish work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff and you've got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, Sir Promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands come. Hold on. Did you say third promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Sir Alja will go to war and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, third promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. Aren't you meant to make trades that make people happy? Also, I guess he's in his right to just support whomever he wants. I can't say I blame him. I know for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Death is also unlikely to bring him more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for your victory, Urqopacha. The younger ones, though, the dames strive from bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future the second promise envisions. They become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the first promised plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. But what about you, Mabel? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I said. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized accounts of what it was like when the Yok ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn servant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well, then I guess I'd better make sure I win the contest. The type of mescal the salad market wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10 pass on pearl from the outset? Nothing's changed. We just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with a piece of Tuliyollal on the line. Then neither will I. We will make you Dawn servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pellet jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. So let's first try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. Of course, the weaver. Olnak, what's his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now let's head back to the road where we first met him. Where is Urqopacha? I need to see the speeding attack. Oh, if that alpaca lives. It didn't. Damn it. Is this where you met the weaver? This is the spot. After Bolnock talked to us, he walked off to the south. Then he was probably going to Ikuvlos Inn. Most visitors to Wachimpelos end up staying there. Go and check, shall we? Oh yeah, there's a little settlement over there. That's a cute sign. Oh my goodness, I love... So pretty! Ah, we meet again. But wait, weren't all you on your way to Wachimpelo? Can I have that basket, Talcum? Thanks. Now let's see if we can turn a profit. Olnok, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? I promise you wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is about? I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace and Trail is what allows me to freely cross into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer that one pledge to preserve that peace win the throne. Thus, I do humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that could easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds, Column. That's very generous, Volnok. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. I can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first deal. We were off to a spectacular start. Only because Talker remembered that we were friends. All I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with the people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one which you've instinctively mastered. You think so? I know so. Now let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, Talker, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Aaronville will never let me hear the end of it. All set. Our next deal is waiting to be found. Success! You've traded a 100 pel basket of alpaca wool for a 500 pel wool poncho. Collaborating connections is a sound strategy, but we also should consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They have a fabulous sense of style. They aren't wearing one? That's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We find demand for our supply. So, where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. There may be interested travelers. Who here needs a poncho? Oh, Mamoja hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably Landsguard or sellswords. Mamoja, who soldier for a living, prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movements. So even if they have bare shoulders, Mamoja carrying arms can be struck off the list. This one is already dressed. This one has a weapon. I think that one also wears a weapon. It's kinda hard to tell and I cannot zoom in. I'm gonna go with Hubigo. He doesn't seem to be wielding any weapons. Oh there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof? Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here and barely escaped with my skills intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tuliyollal and was dressed quite smartly. All the better to show the Pelu I am a man who takes pride in his appearance and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Oh, sir, this is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho. This would be the perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it if you'd like to make a trade. For one of your fine tools, perhaps? What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp, the haft well made. I'd value it at 1 pel in the thousands column. Mablu is invaluable as her valuer. From 500 to 1,000, we have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the eponymous owner of Miplus Meat Garden for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the meat, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other ways where to sell. Glad I am to have met you. And now he won't be cold. Do you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Miplus Meat Garden we go. Mate? Wait, is there a mate garden? What are we waiting for? Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. Relax. This one's will be the calm type, right? I have been here for as long as you have, man. I guess is as good as yours. Well done recognizing that toolmaker as a potential customer. If you'd a mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. Urqopacha sells herself for the right to find your next trading partner. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Mabel has so kindly provided. Ready to go? Let's mount up. And it's up to the mate fields we go. Please no speed, please no speed. You'll be fine, these ones are accustomed to people. But there's a fucking bit. I have a knack for riding, no matter what you say. With our alpaca friends, we Pelu would never have become traveling merchants. I swear that mountain is too tall to be real. Workhorse Sormo, wasn't that the name? A forbidden sight, isn't it? One I've never appreciated up close. You have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to the Yokui. Mega Magay! Oh, I should be reading. I love working with alpacas. That is so fucking funny, man. I'm not sure I have the talent for it. I can help you buy the taming saddle, though. It'd be proof that I can do this after all. In that case, you'd best get ready to be a merchant. Look, we're almost there. We made it, and without a single smelly incident. I sent alpacas back to Inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Then perhaps you understand. I was an orphan too, you see. Tobley took me in. He took in all of the ranch hands, actually. All of them? Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for yourself if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. As it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to that Urqopacha's way with people and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Meeple herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise and let's get to bargaining. I'm not gonna lie, I am kinda chuffed at being at the Mate Garden. I would like to... Yes! I see them. You have a little X for me? Thanks. Now to see what we can get for it. You're Meeple, the owner of these fields? I have mine to trade if you're interested. Well, the Third Promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have on offer? This hatchet. Forged by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of madder leaves in exchange. A sack of madder leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column, the same value as a hatchet. This deal would bring us no closer to the mescal. If I may, Mistress Meeple, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them at a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. Oh, well, that would lower the demand. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way, a generous deal here will put you in the Third Promise good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration? I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the Second Promise. Its innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Urqopacha, that is why I'm prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves wouldn't be no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Quano's reform come about, I can always use more hands in the fields. Then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Mabel. How can I have mate together? Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. Interesting that she trusts us like that. Mate is... Let's just say you don't pick any old bunch of leaves. I'm not gonna lie, for some people, this maybe look like, it just looks like a regular old tree, but let's just say that they put into consideration how a mate tree, a yerba mate bush rather than a tree, looks. Did you see how Urqopacha came to my rescue there? She's really good with people. I wasn't sure Meeple would bite, but it goes to show that you never know until you try. I want to see the description on the leaves. A sizable pile of freshly harvested mate leaves. I wonder how many people will actually understand, like, how culturally meaningful this may be to some of us. Vista! Overseen by the eponymous Meeple, the cultivation of this mate tea garden has introduced lush greenery and fertile soil to Urqopacha's usual vistas of sparse vegetation. The operation has become a small village of on its own right, with the number of field hands ever growing to match the garden's steady expansion. What is it? Is there something you need to pick up? I work the fields here at Meeple's Mate Garden, same as everyone else. I have more time in my hands when tea leaves aren't in season, of course, which I spend attending to travelers come to tour the gardens. While I'm not the spry young woman that I was once, the mate keeps a spring in my step. Yes, of course, if I could just remember what Meeple asked retail visitors. Here at Miplu's Mate Garden, we grow the freshest of mate leaves, packed with nutrients comparable to even the healthiest of vegetables. While originally grown to suit the tastes of Wipepele, we hope to someday see mate shared with the whole of Tural. You brought me some leaves then. An acceptable harvest. We'll tell your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. Here, we brought your share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I am prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. Premium mate. Bought at the shop, one sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. Mabu? What's wrong? It's as I was saying before, even after everything Tobly's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. Then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobly to accept my decision then? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because what he expects it of me. I want to preserve Choral's peace and become Dawn's servant. Becoming Dawn's servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobly held the same opinion. Talk to him. You're right. Better to find out for sure than worry over what he may say. Thank you for the advice. But first we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next then? We try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we are close enough now. I think we go straight for the premium mezcal. Jargon are willing to double the value, huh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire your promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Kwan and Soralja? I mean, of course I am. I'm Urqopacha of the Dawn's Promise, after all. So before picking up the next quest, I want to return to the Metafields and explain why I seem so seemingly excited over what to people not of Central and South America may just seem like a bunch of green bushes. I am half Uruguayan myself, and though I grew up in Mexico, one of the very few experiences that I feel connects me to my family and what little of my history I have in the other half of my blood is these trees. It's drinking yerba mate with friends and family. That, I mean, it's delicious to begin with. Also, to some people, it's just like grass tea. I've heard it described like that, so I don't blame you. You think that way. But besides it being like healthy and a superfood and like a bunch of other qualitative words we could use for it, for me, it's kind of an emotional memory. And it makes me very happy to see it included in a game I play so much. It feels respectful, you know? It feels like they did their research, did their homework, if you could say that way. Urqopacha has her eye on a jug of premium mezcal. Before we go, let me give you the metal leaves. I don't need to risk proving your bill spot. Ready then? Our next stop is a mezcal distillery. Okay, what direction are we going? Wow, we went a fair way. But actually we could Do I walk? I continue exploring? Nah, I'm sure we'll come back this way. Most important thing when I get that mount. Okay, we're good to go. I could teleport, but I want to continue taking in the sights. No, you leave me alone. Leave me alone or I will make nopales out of you. Nopalito salad. Oh, good. I need to see this Mega Magai. That's I can't. It just makes me giggle. Evil Magai. Evil's Coffee Ground. Funny pun on the name of this ranch. And yeah, these are actually coffee plants. Those are very much coffee cherries. I think I might be forgiven for thinking that Square knew under how much pressure they might be to get it right. We'll want to speak with a man by the name of Gobly. Even among his fellow distillers, he is regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we're to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and taking in the gossip. If you could talk to people around here in the distillery target, perhaps Wu Klamat would do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I head to the north side and see what I can learn. Goblin might be a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, he'll be laughed out of some perch. There's not much I can say about Goblin, but I can tell you what Goblin's been saying. The other day he was muttering about monsters prowling around Agave Jaws. That's a field where they gather ingredients for the mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients, and thus driven up the price of his product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. Can't really bring joy to people if you can't keep making the thing they love. Me? I'm a chef from Tuliyollal. I often come here to buy Goblin's mezcal, the finest in Tural according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can handle the stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less potent refreshments during such conversations, else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. So what did you find out? Oh, we can make use of all of those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found that where Gobble is working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead and I'll bring Guglumat. How do I get there? Okay, it's up that hill. First, the sacred pet. You have business with me, madame? Why don't we talk down below so as to not distract the alpaca from his work? They're actually grinding in the traditional way. Now, what's this about? Keep it brief if you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal. Assuming you have any on hand, that is. Ah, an excellent choice. I must warn you though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have pell, but we can offer a sack of metal leaves in exchange. It's top-grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Metal leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal? Just like that? Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? Let's see. Let's start with the chef. I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, Ubigo Chef, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like metal tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Ah, you're right. Absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of the Hubigo friend, but did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Should we offer to kill the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet. We'll keep that card up our sleeve until we need it. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait. Could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes. I must admit I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Volok Shomsa. It would be a shame to miss this chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something a leaf for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing. An introduction to our weaver. His name is Bolnuk, and his works are highly regarded in Tuliyollal. As a supporter of Urqopacha and keen observer of palace politics, he'll doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. That is certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. Well, the calling it is. Say, weren't the monsters running amok in Agavejaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly, I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was assigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring that saved expense and an introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain. Alright, you have a deal. Yes, I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment, and Talca and I will take care of those prowling nuisance. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Bolnock. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wachumpelo. Be safe. Alright, off we go. Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left to give is to give Mablu the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. So just look at that. That is a side and a half. Do you wish to see how mezcal is made? As a distiller myself, it always brings me joy to see others take an interest in our craft. Oh, no, I know how it's made. I'm just happy to see it made here. Those monsters were no trouble to you, it seems. Now, if I could just have the sack of leaves? Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Your monster problem has been solved, Master Gobbly. Here are the matter leaves and a written introduction to Bolnock as agreed. Then the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Yes, we finally have a mezcal. Great work, especially you, Mablu. You're the one that inspired me to come this far, I promise. But let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand. For now. If I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you better hold it until we get to the saddle maker. Can you imagine if we dropped in a head start all over again? Luckily, Havli's place is not far. We just need to crab across the plaza. Get going. Their promise looks ready to trade a mezcal now. This is it, the trade we've been working towards. Ew, still in one piece. Right, time to make our deal. Get your tools ready, saddler. We brought your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug? You had nothing, a few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Though I sooner aid no claimant but sorrow jaw, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle to promise. Great. Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. I can taste that smooth mezcal already. We did it! The saddle is ours! And to think we started out with 100-pound basket of alpaca wool. Mablu, you're going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. It makes me so glad to hear you say that, I promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Success! You traded a 10,000-pound jug of premium mezcal for a taming saddle. I think this is probably where we say goodbye to Mablu, but she's a pretty enduring character. Looks like everyone's been pitching with alpacas. Let's tell them the good news. You've acquired the saddle then? Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring one out of our wild-born friends so you can practice. You do need to practice before. I know. This is something I need to learn. Music. Operation Alpaca. Calm down, Urqopacha. It can smell your fear. Great sunken goss, I did it. Okay, that's kind of adorable. He hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit, as if he was completely accepting of Urqopacha's touch. That's because of the singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before. You're actually kind of cute. You're only now noticing that? Sorolja, he's back. What the what? Having done exactly what he set out to do. The alpaca he's brought, is it just me or is it glowing? I heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration for how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Urqopacha. Strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the golden city, and then Tuliyollal can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and the hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion for prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tuliyollal all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth they have basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as tragedy but opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. It is true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. You have no idea what you're talking about. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Tuliyollal did not elevate the Mamulja, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would unite not only Tuliyollal, but the star in its entirety. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone? He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even with Quana. It's like we're not even family. But ponders Sorolja and his mysterious leader. Right now, I need to think about finishing the Feet of Gold. I have my saddle. I practiced how to use it, so lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Urqopacha is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Urqopacha from her hunt. Okie doke. Second, I'll check messages. Do I have to go in? Oh, okay, that way. Ah. How deep do you think the valley is? I glanced over the edge on the way here, but the mist was too thick to even speculate. I've never set foot beyond this point. The valley is said to be home to fiends far more ferocious than spitting alpacas. Urqopacha is a steep and treacherous place, so only those with the head ledger's blessing are permitted to go there. Sorolja may have caught his alpaca first, but that doesn't mean Urqopacha is out of the running. He can do this. Mavlu's right. The least we can do is let Urqopacha know we're cheering for her.
Thanks. I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too. Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Urqopacha is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
Agreed.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shaitana from Tuliyollal? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlian. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking. And I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
I did it!
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
I'm so relieved the Third Promise came back to us safely. And the alpaca she tamed is a healthy looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feat of gold. Phew. Mablu is minded to rush ahead to the village. Urqopacha still seems a bit unsteady on her feet, hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away fatigue like magic though? Not the tea. I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time and the tea will be ready when you arrive. As Mabel so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted third promise. Oh. Do I rate to migrate? She may won't make it there. It is one hell of a belly. Holy coke. Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea then. Urqopacha can be far behind. Oh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kinda fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished a feat of gold, have you? Yes, there is no mistaking about the alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it. Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Sorelja did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born once but every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Gulul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuliyollal, in a time when the mountain's giants Yorkui held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the hands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. Then along came the young Gulul Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn servant. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure, equal to the Yokhui in stature and puzzled by his entourage of his matched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet, Gulul Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from our cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Gulul Jaja ascended the cliffs to fight the giants and freed the Pelipelu from the Yokhui's subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our riders and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. So it was that a few words from Gulul Jaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I've never heard the bond Papa forged with the Pelipelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not that detailed. Then you may not know that Gulul Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up into the highlands. Thus if he captured a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures. Well, an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, Your Promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. I was right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Not only did you accomplish a feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelipelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earn you your keystone. So this is what they look like. Go on, set it on tablet. In the tablet. A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more. You're well on your way, Third Promise. We'd been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pele people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Buklamat. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Totally, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide. Yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear you found the calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Tobly. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yokhui. They once ruled over far more than just Urqopacha and the Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Tuliyollal and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yokhui have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated? Will is nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Oh, Pryle, I have a question I've been meaning to ask, but since we finished with the feat, where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, this is just like it first became fashionable in Urqopacha about 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet the Dawn servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much. Thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, hey Mablu? Right then, let's head back to Tuliyollal and get ready to search for the next electric. Very well for now, and thank you for your help. I will become Dawn servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. Has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard so just support his talk. They may see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating. Terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Urqopacha. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You may be right, Mablu. You're right. Feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Tuliyollal and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and gods know you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong, or wise like my brothers. Be a promise that the people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carry on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to Shbalaya. That's so difficult to spell. Shbalyavtie with us. The contest has hardly begun. Bayside Vevi. Playing close to a never-ending stream of customers, the largest marketplace in Tuliyollal is replete with goods from every corner of Tural. Its proximity to the harbor ensures that cargo unloaded from the boats and barges can be transported directly to the shelves of local merchants. I've heard there are hot springs in Urqopacha. May have time permitting. People remind me of Lalafell, never letting their size slow them down or hold them back. They move at their own pace, making their textiles and mezcal and wreath alpacas to bear them to market. Neither Koana nor Bakul Jaja appear to be in Huachimpelo. I imagine they're around somewhere, making progress even as we are. And just like that, we found an Electro and won our fierce keystone. I knew I was right to trust your instincts. Come on, let's keep things going and march onwards to Kusamaoka. Chances are good we'll find an Electro there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what your patient Hanu friend has to say.